Welcome to Midnight Keep, a sanctuary where stories unfold in darkness, where the weight of the world dissolves into the quiet embrace of sleep. Here, we wander through forgotten halls and shadowed chambers, through places that exist only in the space between waking and dreaming. Each tale is designed to guide you gently downward, into the deep, restorative rest your mind and body crave. Tonight we invite you to surrender to the stillness, to let go of every tension, every worry. If these stories bring you peace, if they help you find that elusive sleep, consider leaving a like and subscribing to join us on future journeys through the night. Your support keeps these tales alive, keeps this refuge open for all who seek rest. And now, let us begin. Tonight, we enter a world of dark academia and quiet contemplation. For the next 5 hours, you will rest within the sanctuary of a grand mahogany study, a place where scholars have retreated for centuries to lose themselves in thought and text. Rain will accompany us, a gentle rhythm against tall, arched windows, while the deep hum of brown noise wraps around you like a warm blanket. You will feel the presence of ancient books, the glow of brass lamps in shadow, the comfort of velvet and oak. This is a place untouched by time, untouched by the chaos beyond its walls. Here, you are safe. Here, you are held. Let this study welcome you. Let it become your refuge for the night. Chapter 1. The Scholar's Entry. You stand before a heavy oak door, its surface worn smooth by countless hands over countless years. The wood is dark, almost black in the dim corridor, and the iron handle feels cool beneath your palm. You pause for just a moment, feeling the weight of anticipation, the promise of sanctuary beyond. Then, you push. The door yields slowly, deliberately, as if it too understands the importance of transition, of crossing from one world into another. The hinges whisper rather than creak, a sound like an exhale, like permission granted. And as the door swings open, the study reveals itself to you, and you step across the threshold into another realm entirely. The scent reaches you first, before your eyes have even adjusted to the amber light. It is the smell of aged leather, of parchment that has absorbed centuries of thought, of wood polish and candle wax and something indefinable, something that can only be called knowledge itself. The air is thick with it, rich and layered, comforting in its complexity. You breathe it in slowly, feeling it fill your lungs, feeling it calm something deep within your chest. This is not the sterile air of the modern world. This is air that has been lived in, thought in, dreamed in. It wraps around you like an embrace, welcoming you home to a place you have never been before, yet somehow always known. Your eyes adjust gradually to the warm glow, and the study begins to take shape around you. Towering mahogany bookshelves line every wall, reaching up toward a ceiling lost in shadow. The shelves are packed, volume pressed against volume, leather spines in burgundy and forest green and midnight blue. Some books lean at angles, others stand in perfect rows, and a few lie stacked horizontally where space has run short. Brass reading lamps perch at intervals, their light soft and golden, creating pools of illumination that barely push back the darkness. The shadows here are not threatening. They are protective. They are part of the sanctuary, part of what makes this space safe. In the center of the room sits a heavy oak desk, its surface vast and inviting. Papers are scattered across it, handwritten notes in faded ink, sketches and diagrams that speak of deep thought and careful study. A fountain pen rests beside an open journal, as if the previous occupant has only just stepped away, as if they might return at any moment. But you sense somehow that this space is yours now, that you are meant to be here, that the study has been waiting for you. Behind the desk stands a deep green velvet chair, worn in just the right places, shaped by years of use into perfect comfort. You can already imagine how it will feel, how it will hold you. Tall arched windows stretch along one wall, their glass divided into small panes by dark wooden frames. Beyond them, the night is complete. A darkness so total that the windows reflect the room back to itself, doubling the lamps, doubling the books, creating the sense that the study extends infinitely in all directions. And then, softly at first, you hear it. Rain. Dot. A single drop taps against the glass, then another. Then a gentle cascade begins to fall. The sound is immediately soothing, a natural rhythm that seems to slow your heartbeat, to deepen your breathing. The rain streaks down the windows in rivulets, blurring the reflection, adding movement to the stillness, adding life to the sanctuary. You turn back to the door and close it behind you, sealing out the world beyond. The click of the latch is final, definitive, and with that sound, everything outside ceases to exist. There are no obligations here. No demands, no noise, no light, no chaos. There is only this room, these books, this rain, this moment. You feel your shoulders drop, feel tension you did not even know you were carrying begin to release. The study holds you in its ancient peace, in its accumulated centuries of quiet contemplation. This is a place where scholars have come to think, to read, to rest. And now is your turn. You notice other details now. Vintage oil paintings in gilded frames hanging between the shelves. Portraits of stern-faced academics and romantic landscapes shrouded in mist. Potted plants with dark, glossy leaves stand in corners, their presence adding life without disruption. Green shadows among the brown and gold. A small side table holds a decanter of amber liquid and 2 crystal glasses, untouched, waiting. Everything in this room has been placed with intention. Everything serves the purpose of creating a space removed from time. A pocket of existence where the outside world cannot reach. Where you are finally, blessedly, alone with stillness. You move deeper into the study, your footsteps muffled by a thick Persian rug in deep reds and blues. The rain continues its gentle percussion, steady and hypnotic, and beneath it, almost imperceptible at first, you become aware of a low hum, a deep brown noise that seems to emanate from the walls themselves, from the books, from the very structure of the room. It is the sound of silence made audible, the sound of depth and safety and groundedness. It holds you, supports you, wraps around you like invisible arms. You sink into the velvet chair at last, and as your body settles into its embrace, you understand that you have arrived, that this night belongs to you, and that here, in the midnight mahogany study, you will finally sleep. Chapter 2. The sanctuary revealed. Your footsteps are muffled now, absorbed by the thick Persian rug beneath your feet as you move deeper into the study. The firelight flickers and dances, casting long shadows that stretch across the floor like quiet companions. The air here feels different, heavier somehow, weighted with the presence of countless hours spent in contemplation and discovery. You can almost feel the accumulated wisdom pressing gently against your skin, a comforting pressure that makes you want to slow down, to breathe more deeply, to let yourself become part of this timeless space. The rain continues its steady rhythm against the windows, a backdrop to your exploration. And with each drop that slides down the glass, you feel yourself sinking further into the sanctuary of this magnificent room. Your gaze lifts upward, drawn inexorably to the floor-to-ceiling mahogany shelves that line every wall. The wood gleams in the low light, its deep, reddish-brown surface polished by decades, perhaps centuries, of careful tending. These shelves rise like solemn guardians, reaching toward the shadowed ceiling above, and every inch of them is packed with volumes. Ancient tomes bound in leather, their spines creased and faded, stand shoulder to shoulder with newer manuscripts. Some books lean slightly, tired from their long vigil, while others stand straight and proud. The scent of old paper and leather binding mingles with the smoke from the fireplace, creating an aroma that speaks of scholarship, of quiet nights spent in pursuit of knowledge, of secrets waiting patiently to be discovered. You move closer to one of the shelves, your fingers trailing along the spines as you pass. The leather feels cool and slightly rough beneath your fingertips, each book a doorway to another world, another time. Some titles are embossed in gold leaf that catches the firelight, glinting briefly before fading back into shadow. Others are so worn that their titles have nearly vanished, reduced to faint impressions that can barely be read. You wonder about the hands that have touched these volumes before yours, the eyes that have traced these same paths along the shelves, the minds that have opened these covers and lost themselves in the words within. Each book feels like a keeper of memories, not just of its own contents, but of every reader who has ever held it close. Near the fireplace, two deep green velvet chairs sit in perfect symmetry, angled slightly toward each other as if frozen mid-conversation. The velvet looks plush and inviting, its color a rich forest green that seems to absorb the firelight rather than reflect it. You can see the faint impressions in the cushions, evidence of countless hours spent in contemplation or quiet reading. Between the chairs sits a small table of dark wood, its surface bare except for a delicate oil lamp with a brass base. The chairs beckon to you, promising comfort and rest, a place to sink down and let the world fall away. You imagine settling into one of them, feeling the velvet embrace you, the warmth of the fire on your face, the weight of a leather-bound book in your hands. Your attention shifts to the walls between the shelves, where vintage oil paintings hang in ornate frames. These are portraits, you realize, faces from another era watching over the room with patient, knowing eyes. Forgotten scholars, perhaps, men and women who once walked these same floors, who built this collection volume by volume. Their expressions are serene, thoughtful, tinged with a melancholy wisdom that comes from deep study and deeper understanding. The paintings are darkened with age, their colors muted and rich, browns and deep greens and touches of gold. One figure seems to gaze directly at you, and for a moment you feel seen, acknowledged, welcomed into this lineage of seekers and thinkers. The eyes in the portraits don't judge, they simply observe, and somehow that feels comforting. In the shadowed corners of the room, you notice potted plants with dark, glossy leaves. They thrive here in the dim light, their foliage a deep, almost black green that blends into the surrounding shadows. Some have broad, waxy leaves that catch occasional glimmers of firelight, while others trail delicate vines down the sides of their ceramic pots. These plants feel ancient, patient, as if they have been growing here for generations, silent witnesses to all that has transpired within these walls. You can almost sense them breathing, slowly, in rhythm with the rain outside. They add a living presence to the room, a reminder that even in this place of preserved knowledge and stillness, life continues its quiet work, growing, adapting, enduring through the long, peaceful hours. You notice now the subtle details that make this space feel truly inhabited, truly loved. A pair of reading glasses rests on the arm of one velvet chair, folded carefully, waiting for their owner to return. A bookmark of faded ribbon protrudes from a volume left open on the small table, marking a place that someone intended to return to. The brass reading lamps scattered throughout the room glow with a soft amber light, their shades made of green glass that tints their illumination into something mysterious and soothing. These lamps create pools of light that seem more like invitations than declarations, suggesting rather than insisting, offering gentle guidance to anyone who wishes to read or write, or simply sit in contemplation as the rain continues its endless song against the windows. Your eyes fall upon the heavy oak desk that anchors one side of the room, its surface a landscape of intellectual pursuit. Handwritten notes lie scattered across the dark wood, some in neat piles, others spread out as if in mid-study. The handwriting is elegant, deliberate, the kind that comes from taking time with each letter, each thought. Beside the note sits an inkwell of dark glass, a fountain pen resting across its opening, and you can almost smell the faint metallic tang of ink mingling with the other scents in the room. Maps are rolled and tied with string, stacked to one side, while leather journals lie closed, their secrets kept safe within. This desk is not a place of frantic work, but of patient exploration, where ideas are given time to breathe and grow. You stand still for a moment, allowing yourself to simply exist within this sanctuary. The rain has become a constant now, no longer something you listen to, but something you feel, a presence that wraps around the study like a protective blanket. The fire crackles softly, settling into its own rhythm, and the interplay of firelight and shadow creates a dance across the walls and ceiling. Everything in this room has its place, its purpose, its story. The books and plants, the furniture and paintings, even the dust motes that drift lazily through the lamplight, all belong here. All contribute to the sense of timeless peace that permeates every corner. You realize that this is more than a study. It is a refuge, a place where the outside world fades away, and only thought, only quiet, only rest remain. And so you let yourself settle more deeply into this space, feeling the weight of your body becoming lighter, more diffuse, as if you too are becoming part of the room. The sounds blend together now. The rain and the fire and the subtle creaks of old wood, all forming a symphony of stillness that asks nothing of you except that you rest. Your breathing slows, matching the patient rhythm of the plants in their shadowed corners, and your thoughts begin to drift like the pages of an ancient book being turned by an invisible hand. There is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to do, no questions that require answers in this moment. Here, in this mahogany sanctuary, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of ages and the gentle persistence of rain, you are finally, completely home. Let yourself rest now. Let the study hold you, and drift into the deep peace that awaits. Chapter 3. Famine. The storm outside. The rain has changed. Can you hear it? What began as a gentle whisper against the glass has grown into something deeper, more insistent. A steady drumming that fills the study with its ancient rhythm. Each drop carries weight, purpose, as though the storm itself has decided to settle here, to wrap this sanctuary in its dark embrace. You rise from your chair, the velvet cushion releasing you reluctantly, and you find yourself drawn to the windows, those tall, arched sentinels that stand between you and the wild night beyond. Your footsteps are muffled by the Persian rug, each step a quiet meditation, and as you approach the glass, you feel the temperature shift. Cooler here, where the storm presses close, eager to share its secrets with those brave enough to listen. Eager to share its secrets with those brave enough to listen. You stand before the window now, close enough that you could touch the cold glass, though you hold yourself just a breath away, savoring the anticipation. Beyond the pains, the world has transformed into something primal, something older than the books that line these walls. The rain falls in sheets, not chaotic, but purposeful, like ink flowing across an invisible page, writing stories in a language only the night understands. The gardens below have disappeared into shadow and water. The carefully tended paths now rivers. The sculpted hedges bowing under the weight of the deluge. And yet, here you stand, perfectly dry, perfectly safe, separated from that raw power by nothing more than glass and amber light, and the promise of shelter that this study has sworn to keep. The sound is hypnotic, layer upon layer of percussion. Rain against glass, rain against stone, rain against the ancient slate roof high above. It creates a symphony without melody, a rhythm without beginning or end, and you find yourself swaying slightly, your breathing synchronizing with the storm's eternal cadence. Your reflection appears faintly in the window, a ghost suspended between two worlds. The warm study at your back, the wild night ahead, and you exist in both, belonging to neither, a witness to the beautiful violence of nature's performance. The brass lamps behind you cast their gentle glow, painting your silhouette in shades of honey and gold, while the darkness beyond pulls at you with invisible threads, inviting you to lose yourself in its depth. Then, light, not the steady amber warmth you have grown accustomed to, but something fierce, primal, a distant flickering that makes your breath catch in your throat. Lightning, somewhere far beyond the estate's boundaries, illuminating the world for a single heartbeat. In that frozen moment, you see everything, the skeletal trees bending in wind you cannot hear, the rain suspended like silver threads between earth and sky, the rolling landscape stretching away into infinity, all rendered in shades of white and deepest blue. And then, darkness rushes back, more complete than before, as though the light was only a dream, a memory the storm allowed you to borrow before reclaiming it for itself. You blink, your eyes adjusting, finding comfort in the familiar shadows once more. And another flash, closer this time, and the world explodes into clarity again, details etched with impossible precision. You can see individual raindrops, each one a tiny universe falling through space. You can see the texture of the stone walls outside, weathered by centuries, marked by time's patient hand. The lightning seems to freeze motion itself, creating a photograph that exists for less than a second, and then vanishes. leaving only the afterimage burned into your vision. You close your eyes, savoring the ghost of light that dances across your eyelids. Purple and green and gold, fading, fading, until only the darkness remains. Gentle as a blanket, welcoming as sleep. When you open your eyes again, the study seems warmer somehow, more solid, more real in contrast to the ephemeral beauty of the storm. The contrast is intoxicating. This dance between wild and tame, between chaos and order. Out there, the storm rages with ancient fury, indifferent to human concerns, following laws written before civilization drew its first breath. But here, within these mahogany walls, beneath this sheltering roof, you are protected, held safe by timber and stone and the skilled hands of builders long turned to dust. The study becomes a ship, sailing through turbulent seas of darkness and rain, and you are both passenger and captain, trusting in the vessel that carries you through the night. The desk behind you holds its patient vigil. The books stand in silent rows. The velvet chairs wait with infinite gentleness, all of them promising that no matter how fierce the storm grows, this sanctuary will not yield, will not falter, will keep you safe. You press your fingertips to the glass now, finally giving in to temptation, and the cold is shocking, delicious, a sharp contrast to the warmth that surrounds you. The window trembles slightly beneath your touch, vibrating with the force of rain and wind, alive with the storm's energy. You can feel the power out there, separated from you by mere millimeters of glass. And yet it might as well be miles, oceans, entire worlds away. The cold seeps into your fingers, travels up your wrist, a reminder that beauty and danger are often twins, dancing together in the darkness. But you are not afraid. How could you be? When the amber light wraps around your shoulders like a shawl, when the scent of old leather and older paper fills your lungs, when every element of this study conspires to remind you that you are protected, cherished, safe, the rain intensifies further, if such a thing is possible. And now it sounds like applause, like 1,000 hands clapping in appreciation of some invisible performance. Water streams down the glass in rivulets, creating patterns that shift and merge. Temporary rivers that flow from the top of the window to the bottom, only to be replaced by new ones. In an endless cycle of creation and dissolution, you watch one particular stream, following its path, mesmerized by its journey, and you feel your thoughts beginning to slow, to soften, to blur at the edges like watercolors bleeding into paper. The storm is washing away more than dust from the gardens. It is washing away tension, worry, the accumulated debris of waking hours, leaving you clean, smooth, polished like a river stone, worn soft by patient water. Another flash of lightning, distant again, a farewell rather than a greeting. And you realize the storm is moving, migrating across the landscape like a living thing, taking its fury elsewhere, leaving only the faithful rain behind. The thunder that follows is muffled, gentle, a rumble felt more in the chest than heard with the ears, and it carries no threat, only a reminder of the storm's passage, its brief visit to this corner of the world. You feel grateful suddenly for the rain, for the darkness, for the lightning's fierce beauty, all of it serving to make this study feel more precious, more sacred. A temple built not to gods, but to quietness, to thought, to the gentle art of letting go and drifting into sleep's embrace. You step back from the window now, the cold lingering on your fingertips like a kiss, and you turn to survey your sanctuary once more. The brass lamps seem to glow warmer, as though pleased by your return, and the chairs wait with open arms, inviting you back to their velvet embrace. The contrast between the storm's wild performance and this heaven's gentle constancy has settled into your bones. A deep satisfaction, a profound peace. You understand now why travelers seek shelter, why ancient stories speak of hearths and homes with such reverence, because safety is not the absence of danger, but the presence of protection, the knowledge that walls can hold, that roofs can shelter, that some spaces in this world exist solely to keep you safe, while the storms rage outside. Chapter 4. This scholar's desk. You rise slowly from the comfort of the velvet chair, feeling the pull of something deeper, something more intimate. The heavy oak desk calls to you across the room, its surface a constellation of knowledge and quiet thought. Your feet carry you forward, one slow step, then another. The floorboards beneath you humming with the memory of countless scholars who walked this same path. As you approach, you notice the way the brass lamp casts its focused glow, a golden pool of light that seems to invite you in, to shelter you from the surrounding shadows. The desk stands waiting, patient and solid, a monument to contemplation and the slow unraveling of mysteries. You reach out, your fingertips brushing against the worn edge of the wood, feeling the generations of hands that have rested here before yours. And you know, this is where you belong tonight. You lower yourself into the chair and immediately feel its weight cradle you, supporting your tired frame with a gentle firmness. The seat is perfectly positioned, as though it has been waiting all this time, knowing the exact curve of your body, the precise angle at which you need to rest. Your arms find the armrests naturally, your hands settling onto the smooth wood with a quiet sigh. Before you, the desk spreads out like a landscape of thought, handwritten notes scattered across its surface like fallen leaves. Their ink faded to soft browns and grays. Leather journals lie open, their pages thick and textured, filled with careful script that speaks of late nights and burning questions. Fountain pens rest at angles, their nibs catching the lamplight, waiting to be lifted again, to add one more thought to the endless conversation of scholars. The warmth of the room begins to settle over you like a blanket, soft and encompassing. The brass lamp beside you hums with a barely perceptible warmth, its light focused and intimate, creating a world that extends only as far as the desk itself. Everything beyond that golden circle fades into gentle shadow, allowing you to narrow your awareness, to let the vastness of the study recede into comfortable darkness. You become aware of the rain again, its rhythm unchanged, still falling against the tall windows with that same hypnotic persistence. But here at the desk, the sound feels different somehow, more like a companion than a backdrop. A fellow scholar working quietly beside you, each raindrop a word in an ancient language you almost understand. Your gaze drifts across the scattered notes, and you notice how the handwriting shifts from page to page. Some entries bold and confident, others tentative and searching. All of them beautiful in their humanity, their imperfection, their quiet striving toward understanding. Your fingers reach out, drawn to one of the leather journals that lies open before you. its pages weathered to a soft cream color, edges slightly worn from years of turning. You run your fingertips across the surface, feeling the subtle texture of the paper, the slight indentations where the pen pressed into the fibers, creating not just words but a topography of thought. The sensation is deeply soothing. This tactile connection to someone else's contemplation, to their careful recording of ideas and observations. The words themselves begin to blur slightly as you look at them, not from poor vision, but from the warmth that surrounds you, the gentle softening of focus that comes when the body begins to release its hold on wakefulness. You do not fight this blurring. Instead, you welcome it, allowing the letters to become shapes, the shapes to become patterns, the patterns to become a gentle rhythm that matches the rain, that matches your breathing, that matches the slow beating of your heart. Another journal catches your attention, its cover a deep burgundy leather, smooth and cool beneath your palm. You draw it closer, feeling its weight, substantial but not heavy, filled with pages that whisper against each other as you turn them slowly. The entries here are different, more philosophical perhaps, filled with questions rather than answers, with wonderings rather than certainties. You read a line or two, but the specific meaning matters less than the feeling they evoke. This sense of being part of a long tradition of seekers, of minds that could not rest until they had explored every corner of a thought, followed every thread of curiosity to its end. The brass lamp flickers ever so slightly, not from any fault, but simply from the natural variation in its filament, and this small imperfection feels comforting. A reminder that even light itself breathes, expands and contracts, lives and rests in cycles just as you do. Your hand finds one of the fountain pens, lifting it with a gentleness that surprises you, as though you are handling something sacred. The weight of it settles into your grip, perfectly balanced, designed for long hours of writing, for the slow transfer of thought from mind to page. You do not write, not tonight, but simply hold it, feeling its potential, its readiness. The nib gleams in the lamplight, a tiny point of brightness, and you imagine all the words it has written, all the ideas it has helped to birth into the world. Outside, the rain intensifies for a moment, a sudden rush of water against glass, before settling back into its steady rhythm. The sound wraps around the study, around you, creating a cocoon of white noise that filters out the world beyond these walls, beyond this moment, beyond this breath. You set the pen down carefully, returning it to its place among the others, and your hand comes to rest on the desk, palm down, absorbing the coolness of the wood. The scattered notes draw your eyes again, and you begin to notice details you missed before. The way some pages are dog-eared, others marked with small sketches in the margins, diagrams of ideas, or simply absent-minded doodles made during long moments of thought. There is something deeply human about these marks, these traces of distraction and creativity intermingled, and they make you smile softly. Your shoulders drop another degree, releasing tension you did not know you were holding, and you feel yourself sinking deeper into the chair, deeper into this moment, deeper into the embrace of the study itself. The mahogany bookshelves behind you seem to lean in, not threateningly, but protectively, as though the accumulated wisdom of centuries is standing guard, allowing you this space to rest, to let go, to simply be. Your eyelids grow heavier, not with exhaustion, but with a peaceful surrender, a recognition that sleep is not something to fight, but something to welcome. Like an old friend arriving at the door, you let your gaze soften further, no longer trying to focus on any particular object, but instead allowing everything to blend together in the warm lamplight. The journals, the notes, the pens, all becoming part of a single tapestry of scholarly devotion. Your breathing has slowed, deepened, each inhalation drawing in the scent of old paper and leather, of wood polish and rain-washed air, each exhalation releasing a little more of the day's worries, the day's tensions, the day's noise. The desk beneath your hands feels eternal, as though it has always been here, will always be here, a constant in a changing world, and you are grateful for its steadiness, its refusal to rush, its patient acceptance of however long you need to sit, to rest, to dream. The rain continues its lullaby, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, but always present, always reliable, a rhythm older than human memory, connecting you to every soul who has ever found comfort in the sound of falling water. Your head begins to feel pleasantly heavy, and you allow it to tilt forward slightly, your chin dropping toward your chest in the first gesture of true rest. The lamp's glow seems to pulse gently, or perhaps it is your vision pulsing, your consciousness beginning to slip between states, no longer fully awake, but not yet dreaming, suspended in that beautiful threshold where the world becomes soft and forgiving. The journals before you seem to whisper, not with words, but with presence, with the accumulated quiet all the hours spent in contemplation, all the minds that have sat exactly where you sit now, seeking, finally resting. You understand now that this desk is not just a place of work, but a place of sanctuary, where the act of thinking and the act of surrendering to sleep are not opposites, but partners. Two sides of the same coin, both sacred, both sacred. Your hands relax completely, fingers uncurling, palms settling into the grain of the wood as though you are taking root, becoming part of the desk, part of this study, part of this timeless moment. The last thing you notice, before the edges of consciousness begin to truly fade, is how perfectly everything fits together. The lamp and the rain, the journals and the silence, the warmth and the darkness, all of it conspiring to hold you, to ease you down into the deep well of sleep where dreams and wisdom enter. Your breathing becomes almost imperceptible, a gentle tide, in and out, matching the rhythm of the rain, becoming indistinguishable from it, until you cannot tell where the storm ends and you begin. The scholar's desk holds you now, its surface a raft on dark waters, carrying you safely through the night, through chapters of rest written in a language older than words, and you surrender to it completely, grateful, knowing that when morning comes, if it comes, you will still be here, still crooked. For now, let go. Let the rain write the rest of your story, and sleep, deep and dreamless and complete. Chapter 5. Among the ancient tomes, you rise from the velvet chair, the weight of stillness lifting from your limbs like mist dissolving in morning light. Your body feels different now, lighter, yet more present, as though the deep rest has anchored you more firmly to this quiet sanctuary. The rain continues its eternal percussion against the windows, steady, patient, unending. Each footfall across the Persian rug is muffled, absorbed by the thick weave of burgundy and gold, and you move almost soundlessly toward the towering mahogany shelves that line the walls. The lamplight flickers gently behind you, casting your shadow long and thin across the books, a silent companion following your every movement. The air here tastes of old paper, of leather and dust and time itself, and you breathe it in deeply, feeling it settle in your lungs like a familiar embrace. The shelves stretch upward into shadow, disappearing into the high vaulted ceiling, row upon row of knowledge waiting patiently, endlessly, for a curious hand. Your fingers reach out, drawn by instinct rather than intention, and they find the spine of a worn leather volume nestled between two larger texts. The leather is cool beneath your fingertips, smooth in some places, cracked and weathered in others, like the skin of something very old and very wise. You pull gently, and the book slides free with a whisper of resistance, a soft exhalation of air that has been trapped between pages for decades. Perhaps longer. The weight of it settles into your palms, substantial, real, and you cradle it carefully as you would something precious and fragile. The cover is unmarked save for faint gold tooling along the edges, nearly worn away by countless hands before yours. You can feel the history in it, the weight of all those who have held this very book, who have turned these very pages, seeking answers or solace, or simply escape from the relentless march of time. The rain grows louder for a moment, a sudden rush against the glass, and then quiets again, as if listening. You open the book slowly, reverently, and the spine cracks softly, a delicate sound like ice forming on a winter pond. The sound echoes faintly in the hushed study, a small breaking, a small opening, and then silence rushes back in to fill the space. The pages are thick, slightly yellowed with age, and they smell of vanilla and must and forgotten libraries. The text is dense, printed in an old typeface that requires you to lean closer, to focus, though your eyes drift across the words without truly reading them. Philosophy, perhaps, or poetry. The language formal and measured, each sentence constructed with the careful precision of another era. You let your gaze wander down the page, not seeking meaning but simply experiencing the texture of the words, the rhythm of the sentences, the way they flow and pause. Outside, the rain taps its endless melody. Inside, the lamplight flickers and holds, and you stand suspended between them, lost in the quiet communion of reader and book. You turn a page, then another, letting the text wash over you like water, like the rain that streams down the windows in slow rivulets. The words begin to blur, not from fatigue, but from a kind of gentle surrender, a release of the need to understand or analyze or retain. This is not about learning, not tonight. It is about the ritual, the ancient human act of holding knowledge in your hands, of standing in the presence of ideas that have outlived their authors, that will outlive you as well. The thought is not unsettling. It is strangely comforting. This sense of continuity, of being a small link in an unbroken chain that stretches backward into shadow and forward into mystery. You close the book gently, carefully, as though tucking a child into bed. and the spine settles with a soft sigh. The weight of it feels different now, heavier somehow, as though it has shared something of itself with you, as though you have taken a small piece of its history into yourself. You slide the volume back into its place on the shelf, feeling it click softly into alignment with its neighbors, and your hand drifts sideways, fingers trailing along the spines of the books beside it. Leather, cloth, embossed gold, smooth vellum, each texture tells a story of its own, each binding a small work of art. The titles gleam faintly in the lamplight, gold embossed letters that catch and reflect the soft glow. Names and words that speak of distant times and distant minds. Philosophy, poetry, forgotten histories, treatises on subjects you cannot name, languages you cannot read. Some spines are pristine, barely touched, while others are cracked and faded, loved into disrepair by generations of readers. Your fingers move slowly, reverently, feeling the subtle differences, the raised edges of gilded lettering, the worn smoothness of frequently handled volumes. It is a kind of reading, this tactile exploration, a way of knowing these books without ever opening them, of honoring the knowledge they contain simply by acknowledging their presence. You move along the shelf, one step, then another, your hand never leaving the books, always connected to this wall of words, this fortress of thought. The rain continues its patient work against the windows, each drop a tiny insistence, a reminder that the world beyond these walls still exists, though it feels impossibly distant now. In here, there is only the study, only the books, only the lamplight and shadow and the weight of centuries pressing gently down. You pull another book free, a slim volume bound in deep green cloth, and open it to a random page. Poetry. The lines are short, stacked like stones, each word carrying more weight than its size would suggest. You read a few lines aloud, your voice barely a whisper, the words strange and beautiful in your mouth, and then you close it again, return it to its place. The act feels ceremonial, sacred even. This borrowing and returning, this brief communion with minds long turned to dust. Another book, this one larger, heavier, bound in burgundy leather with gold clasps that have tarnished to a soft green. You do not open this one, only hold it, feeling its weight, its solidity. History, you think, though you cannot say why you are certain. Perhaps it is the heft of it, the way it seems to carry the density of accumulated fact, of dates and names and events that once shook the world and now lie quiet and still between these pages. You return it carefully, sliding it back into the narrow gap from which you pulled it, and the shelf feels complete again, whole. Your fingers continue their journey, moving higher now, reaching toward volumes just beyond easy grasp, stretching slightly, feeling the pleasant pull in your shoulders, the gentle awakening of muscles that have been too long at rest. The books here are older. You can sense it somehow. Their spines more fragile, their titles less legible, worn away by time and touch and the simple persistence of existing. You let your hand fall, trailing down the spines as it descends, feeling each ridge and valley, each transition from one book to the next. It is meditative, this simple repetitive motion, and you find your breathing has slowed to match the rhythm of your touch, in as your fingers rise, out as they fall. The lamplight seems softer now, gentler, as though the flame has tired of its own brightness and chosen to retreat into a more comfortable glow. The shadows deepen in response, pooling in the corners of the room, gathering beneath the desk, stretching long fingers across the floor. The rain outside has gentled too, no longer insistent, but simply present. A constant companion, a witness to your solitary vigil among the ancient tomes. You feel the weight of knowledge surrounding you, not oppressive, but comforting, like being wrapped in a blanket woven from wisdom and wonder. These books have seen so much, have passed through so many hands, and now they offer themselves to you, silent and patient and endlessly generous. You step back from the shelves, letting your hand fall away at last, breaking the connection. The books remain, steadfast and still, exactly as they have been for years, for decades, perhaps for centuries. They do not need you, do not require your attention or your reverence. They simply are, and that permanence is itself a kind of comfort. You turn slowly, taking in the whole of the study once more. The towering shelves, the velvet chairs, the heavy oak desk with its scattered notes and its faithful lamp. The vintage paintings on the walls gaze down with shadowed eyes, figures from another time watching over this sanctuary of thought. The potted plants with their dark leaves breathe quietly in their corners, growing imperceptibly in the dim light. Patient as the books, patient as the rain. Everything here exists in a state of suspended time, a pocket of stillness carved out from the rushing world beyond. And you are grateful, so deeply grateful, so deeply grateful to be allowed entrance, to be held here, to be kept safe in this midnight refuge. The lamplight grows softer still, dimmer now, the flame contracting into itself, conserving its energy, settling into the deep quiet of the late hour. The glow barely reaches the corners of the room anymore, and the shadows have grown bold, claiming territory once held by light. But there is no fear in this darkness, no unease. It is the darkness of sanctuary, of safety, of rest earned and rest given. You feel it calling to you. This gentle dimming, this gradual retreat into shadow and silence. The books will be here when you return. The rain will still be falling. The study will keep its eternal vigil. But for now, for this moment, you are allowed to let go, to release your hold on wakefulness, to surrender to the pull of sleep that has been waiting so patiently at the edges of your awareness. The ancient tomes have shared their secrets, whispered their wisdom, and now they release you, gently, tenderly, back into the welcoming arms of dreams. Chapter 6. The Velvet Chair. The deep green velvet calls to you like a whispered invitation, and you accept. As you lower yourself into the chair, the cushions yield beneath your weight, slowly, gently, molding themselves perfectly to the contours of your body. The armrests cradle your forearms with a tender firmness. The headrest supports you as though it has been waiting only for you. This chair remembers every weary scholar who has sought refuge here, and now it offers that same sanctuary to you. The velvet is soft against your palms, warmer than you expected, as though it holds the faint memory of afternoon sunlight that once streamed through these windows. You sink deeper and deeper still, until the chair seems less like furniture and more like an embrace. The mahogany panels surrounding you glow faintly in the lamplight. their rich grains swirling in patterns that seem almost alive, almost breathing. You belong here, in this moment, in this chair. The brass lamp beside you flickers, just once. A gentle pulse of golden light that draws your eyes for only a moment. The flame within the frosted glass shade trembles, dancing to a rhythm only it can hear, casting shadows that stretch and shrink across the wall. These shadows are not startling. They are companions, familiar friends who move with languid grace. One shadow traces the edge of a bookshelf, another pools in the corner where two walls meet, and a third ripples across the brass fittings of the desk like water moving over stone. The light itself is amber and honeyed, thick as syrup, filling the air with warmth that you can almost taste. It does not illuminate harshly. Instead, it suggests, it hints, it reveals just enough to comfort without disturbing the sacred dimness of the room. Your gaze follows one shadow as it climbs the paneling, then dissolves into the deeper darkness above. Everything moves slowly here. Even light itself has learned patience. Outside, the rain continues its ancient work. What began as a fierce downpour has softened into something else entirely. A steady, rhythmic patter that seems to have no beginning and no end. Each droplet strikes the tall arched windows with perfect timing. Tap, 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 like fingers drumming absently on glass. The sound weaves itself into the fabric of the room, becoming part of the walls, part of the books, part of you. You listen, and the rain listens back. It has settled into a tempo that feels eternal, as though it has been raining here for centuries, as though it will rain for centuries more. The glass is cool on the other side of the window. You can sense it even from your velvet throne, and rivulets snake downward in lazy paths, merging, separating, merging again. Beyond the rain, somewhere in the darkness, the city sleeps. But here, in this mahogany sanctuary, there is only you, and the chair, and the endless, soothing rain. Your breathing begins to change without you willing it. Each inhale draws in the scent of old paper, aged wood, and something faintly floral from the potted plants in their shadowed corners. Each exhale releases the tension from your shoulders, your jaw, your hands. Breathe in, and the air fills your lungs slowly, fully, deeply. Breathe out, and you sink another inch into the velvet embrace. The rain outside provides a metronome, and instinctively, naturally, your breath begins to follow. In, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. The rhythm is hypnotic, effortless. A dance between your body and the storm. You do not have to think about it. The rain thinks for you. Your chest rises and falls like gentle waves, like the pages of a book turning in slow motion. The brass lamp flickers again, approving, encouraging. Everything in this room wants you to rest. The chair supports you. The rain soothes you. The shadows protect you. And you simply breathe and let go. Your eyelids, they are growing heavy now, not with sudden exhaustion, but with the gradual, inevitable weight of deep relaxation. It begins as a gentle pressure, a soft suggestion from your body that perhaps, just perhaps, it is time to close your eyes. You blink once, slowly, and the world behind your eyelids is warm and dark and welcoming. You open them again, but the effort feels greater than before. The lamp's glow seems softer now, filtered through the increasing weight of your lashes. Another blink, longer this time, and when your eyes flutter open, the mahogany panels seem to shimmer slightly, as though viewed through water. The rain continues its lullaby. Tap, tap, and each sound is a gentle hand pressing your eyelids closed. You do not fight it. There is no reason to fight it. The velvet chair holds you. The room embraces you. And your eyes, so heavy, so ready, begin their slow descent into restful darkness. Just a moment longer, you tell yourself, but even thinking feels like too much effort now. The study begins to transform around you, though you have not moved and nothing has changed. It is your perception that shifts, softening, blurring at the edges. The towering bookshelves seem taller now, stretching upward into shadows that have no ceiling. The spines of the ancient tomes glow faintly, titles in languages you almost remember, knowledge you almost possessed in some other lifetime. The mahogany grain in the paneling swirls with deeper patterns, Celtic knots and spirals that draw your gaze inward, inward, inward. The brass fittings on the desk catch the lamplight and throw it back in gentle starbursts, miniature constellations born from metal and flame. Even the potted plants seem more alive, their dark leaves breathing slowly in rhythm with your own breath. This room has become a living thing, a sanctuary that exists outside of time. A pocket of peace, carved from the rushing world, and you are at its center, cradled, protected, held in the velvet embrace of absolute safety. The rain. Listen to the rain. It has become more than sound now. It is texture. It is color. It is presence. Each drop carries with it a tiny fragment of peace, and as they strike the windows, they release that peace into the room like perfume from crushed flowers. The sound wraps around you, layer upon layer, building a cocoon of white noise threaded with rhythm. Beneath the patter, you can hear deeper notes, water running through gutters, pooling on stone pathways, feeding the roots of ancient trees beyond the walls. The storm is not violent. It is purposeful, methodical, washing the world clean while you rest. Inside this mahogany study, you are protected from every drop, and yet you are connected to the storm, part of its great work of renewal. Your body feels heavier now, settled into the chair as though you have been here for hours, for days. The rain falls, and falls, and falls, and you sink, and sink, and sink into softness. Your thoughts begin to drift like autumn leaves on still water. There is no urgency here, no demands, no obligations waiting beyond these walls. The handwritten notes scattered across the desk nearby might contain great secrets, or they might be shopping lists. It does not matter. The vintage paintings on the walls depict scenes you cannot quite make out in the dim light. Perhaps landscapes, perhaps portraits, perhaps dreams someone painted long ago. Everything is soft suggestion rather than hard fact. Your mind releases its grip on the need to know, to understand, to analyze. Instead, you simply exist. The chair exists. The rain exists. The gentle, flickering lamp exists. All of you together, sharing this moment, this breath, this heartbeat. Time has become elastic, stretching like honey, and you cannot tell if you have been sitting here for minutes or hours. It does not matter. Nothing matters except the exquisite comfort of this velvet throne and the permission you give yourself, finally, completely, to simply be. The darkness behind your closed eyelids is not empty. It is full of the ghost images of mahogany grain, of dancing shadows, of rain-streaked windows. These images do not demand attention. They float past like clouds, gentle, ephemeral, fading even as you notice them. Your body has found its final position of comfort. Every muscle released, every joint softened, your spine supported perfectly by the chair's ancient wisdom. Your hands rest on the velvet armrests, fingers slightly curled, no tension anywhere. Your jaw is loose. Your tongue rests easy in your mouth. Even your scalp feels relaxed, as though worry itself has been lifted away. The rain continues, endless, eternal, a promise that you are not alone even in the depths of rest. Somewhere in the study, a book settles on its shelf with the softest creak, the wood expanding in the humidity, breathing. The lamp flickers, holds steady, a faithful guardian watching over your descent into sleep. And you are already halfway gone, drifting in the space between waking and dreaming, held safe, held soft, held in velvet and shadow. Let go now. Let the chair hold everything you have been carrying. Let the rain wash away every concern. Let the darkness behind your eyelids become vast and welcoming. A space where nothing is required of you, where you are enough exactly as you are. The mahogany study will stand through the night. The books will keep their secrets. The lamp will burn low and faithful. And the rain, the blessed, endless rain, will continue its ancient song. You need do nothing but rest, nothing but breathe, nothing but allow this moment to carry you deeper and deeper into the velvet embrace of true, profound, restorative sleep. The study holds you. The night holds you. And here, in this sanctuary of shadow and whispered rain, in this throne of green velvet and comfort, you are finally, completely, blessedly home. Sleep now. Sleep. The mahogany study watches over you, and all is well, all is well, all is well. Chapter 7. The Fading Embers. Your attention drifts now, away from the pages, away from the words that have carried you through the evening, and settles upon the fireplace. There, in the hearth, the last embers glow with a light so faint it barely touches the darkness around it. Orange, deep crimson, pulsing slowly, rhythmically, like a heartbeat that knows it is time to rest. The fire has done its work. It has warmed this grand mahogany study for hours, filling the space between the towering bookshelves with comfort, with presence, and now it asks for nothing more than to fade, peacefully, into ash and memory. You watch the embers breathe, in and out, their light dimming with each slow pulse, and you feel your own breathing synchronize with theirs, slowing, softening, becoming part of this gentle decline into stillness. The warmth is barely there now, just a whisper of what it was, but somehow that makes it more precious. You can feel it if you focus. A faint heat that reaches out from the hearth, brushing against your hands, your face, before dissolving into the cool, air of the study. It is not enough to warm the room anymore, but it is enough to remind you that warmth existed here, that light existed here, that something burned bright and generous, and now rests. There is no sadness in this fading, only a natural completion. The way a breath completes itself, the way a day completes itself when evening comes. The memory of the fire lingers in the stones of the hearth, in the faint scent of wood smoke, in the way the shadows have softened rather than sharpened. And that memory is its own kind of warmth. The room darkens further, degree by degree. So gradually you hardly notice the change until you realize the brass reading lamp on the desk seems brighter now. More necessary, though its light has not changed at all. It is the contrast, the way the firelight has withdrawn, leaving more space for shadow to settle in. The mahogany bookshelves that line the walls fade deeper into darkness, their spines of leather and cloth becoming suggestions rather than certainties, titles blurring into texture, knowledge dissolving into the comfort of not needing to know. The tall arched windows, those sentinels of rain-streaked glass, become darker mirrors now, reflecting less of the room and more of the night beyond. And still the embers pulse, slower now, fainter, a rhythm that pulls you deeper into this descending quiet, this welcome dimming of the world. The rain is all you hear now, this constant companion, this patient percussion against glass and stone, has outlasted the crackle of the fire, has outlasted the rustle of turning pages, has outlasted every small sound of settling and shifting in this ancient study. It falls without variation, without drama, simply continuing its work of washing the world clean, of filling the silence with something softer than silence, a sound so steady it becomes a kind of stillness itself. You listen, and in listening, you stop thinking about listening. The rain becomes less a sound you hear and more a texture you rest inside, like being held in the palm of something vast and gentle. Beyond these walls, beyond these rain-streaked windows, the world is being renewed, quieted, softened. Here, in this mahogany sanctuary, you are part of that softening, that return to rest. Another ember releases its light, fading from crimson to charcoal, and you feel no urgency to revive it. No need to add wood or stir the coals. The fire has given what it had to give, and now it teaches you the grace of letting go, of allowing things to complete, to return to stillness without resistance. There is wisdom in this, in watching something burn down to nothing and feeling only peace. The deep green velvet chair beneath you seems to hold you more closely now, or perhaps you are simply allowing yourself to be held, your body growing heavier, more willing to surrender its shape to the contours of the chair. Your shoulders sink, your head settles back, your hands rest loose and open, and the darkness that fills the study feels less like absence and more like presence, a soft blanket of shadow around the furniture, around the furniture, around the furnished books, unifying everything. You let your eyes rest on the hearth, not really focusing, just allowing the faint glow to exist at the edge of your vision, a distant point of light that asks nothing of you. The stone surrounding the fireplace still holds some warmth. You cannot see it, but you can imagine it. The way heat lives in stone long after the source has faded. A secret warmth, hidden and patient. Perhaps in the morning, if you placed your hand against those stones, you would still feel the ghost of tonight's fire. But for now, it is enough to simply know it is there, stored away, resting. The heavy oak desk, scattered with handwritten notes and open books, has become part of the shadow now, its details obscured, its purpose released. Everything in this study is releasing its purpose, allowing itself to simply be, to exist without function, to rest without reason, and you are learning to do the same. Breath by breath, moment by moment, the rain continues, its rhythm so consistent, it seems almost impossible that it is random. Almost as if it has been composed, arranged for this exact moment, this exact mood. It taps against the tall arched windows, runs down the glass in slow rivulets, gathers and drips from the stone sills, each sound merging into the next, a lullaby without melody, a story without words. You breathe with it, your chest rising as a gust brings heavier drops, falling as the rain softens to mist, and in this synchronization you lose track of where your body ends and the room begins. Are you the one listening to the rain, or are you part of what the rain falls upon? Another surface being softened, being quieted, being washed clean of the day. The distinction no longer matters. In fact, nothing much matters anymore except this gentle descent, this willing fall into rest. One final ember glows in the hearth, the last witness to the fire that was a single point of orange light, no brighter than a distant star. You watch it, and it watches back, both of you fading together, both of you ready to let go. There is something beautiful in being the last light, in holding on just long enough to see the darkness settle completely, to know that you have done your part, that the night is ready, that the world can sleep now. And then, slowly, so slowly you almost miss it, that last ember releases its hold on light, shifts from orange to deep gray, and the hearth goes dark. The fire is gone, truly gone now, and yet the room does not feel abandoned. It feels complete, finished, whole. The darkness is full rather than empty, rich rather than stark, and you rest inside it, grateful, peaceful, held. Without the embers, even their faint light, the study transforms into something more dream than place. The mahogany bookshelves become walls of shadow. The vintage paintings on the walls fade into dark rectangles. The potted plants with their dark leaves merge with the darkness until you cannot tell where leaf ends and shadow begins. Only the single brass lamp remains, a small moon of light on the desk. And even it seems to be considering whether to continue, whether light is necessary anymore, or whether darkness is enough. You close your eyes, or perhaps they close themselves. It is hard to tell. And behind your eyelids, the study continues. Not as a place you see, but as a feeling you inhabit. Wood and leather, rain and shadow. All of it dissolved into sensation, into comfort, into the deepest knowing that you are safe. The rain is all you hear, and soon, even that begins to fade, not because it has stopped, but because you are drifting now, moving away from the study, away from the fading embers and the darkened hearth, away from the tall, arched windows and the towering shelves of silent books. You are being carried on the sound of rain, on the memory of warmth, on the comfort of darkness, carried gently, safely, into the deep rest you have earned. The midnight keep holds you still, its mahogany walls and velvet chairs, its brass lamps and handwritten notes, all of it wrapping around you like a promise, like a whisper that says, you can let go now. You can sleep now. We will keep watch while you rest. And so you do. You let go. You soften. You fade like the embers, like the firelight, into the beautiful, peaceful, welcoming dark. Chapter 8. The stillness deepens. The lamps have surrendered now, their light fading to the barest ember glow. You can feel how the study has transformed around you. No longer a room of sharp edges and defined spaces, but something softer, something that breathes with you in the darkness. The mahogany shelves have become gentle shadows, their presence felt rather than seen, like old friends standing watch in the night. You sense the curve of the chair arm beneath your hand, smooth and cool, grounding you even as you drift. The brass fittings catch occasional glimmers, tiny stars in this universe of calm, but they do not disturb. They only remind you that you are held, supported, safe in this sanctuary of learning and rest. The transformation is complete now, and you are part of it, woven into the very fabric of this peaceful space. Outside, the rain has changed its song, no longer the varied percussion of earlier hours. It has become something else entirely. A soft, endless whisper, like the turning of ancient pages in a language you feel rather than understand. It speaks of continuity, of time moving gently forward without urgency or demand. Each drop merges with the next, creating not individual sounds, but a single, unbroken note of tranquility. You can feel how it surrounds the study, this cocoon of rain, wrapping the mahogany walls in layers of liquid silence. The windows no longer separate inside from outside. Instead, they have become permeable membranes, allowing the peace to flow through, to fill every corner, every breath. The boundary between you and the rain grows thin, and you find yourself breathing with its rhythm, your heartbeat slowing to match its patient, eternal cadence. Weightlessness finds you now, a sensation so gentle you cannot pinpoint when it began, only that you are suspended, held in some perfect balance between the world of waking and the realm of dreams. Your body feels both present and distant. You know the chair supports you. You feel the texture of velvet beneath your fingers. And yet, there is also a floating quality, as though gravity itself has softened its grip, allowing you to rest in a way that goes deeper than mere physical comfort. The heaviness that you carried into this study, the tension held in shoulders and jaw, the weight of thoughts and responsibilities, all of it has dissolved, released into the gentle darkness. What remains is essence, the quiet core of you, unburdened and free, drifting in this space between, where nothing is required, where you can simply be. The books surrounding you have grown quieter still. Their whispered conversations have faded into something beneath sound, a presence that communicates through feeling alone. You sense their ancient wisdom not as words or ideas, but as a deep, abiding peace. They have witnessed countless nights like this, countless souls finding rest within these walls. and they hold that accumulated calm like a reservoir, offering it freely to you now. The leather bindings, the yellowed pages, the ink that formed thoughts centuries ago, all of it has mellowed into pure comfort. These volumes ask nothing of you. They do not demand to be read or understood. How? They simply exist, patient and eternal. Their only purpose now to add their quiet weight to the stillness, to deepen the sense that this sanctuary exists outside of time, where rest is the only truth that matters. In the dimness, your awareness begins to shift, expand. You notice how the darkness itself has texture. It is not empty or void, but full, rich, like the deepest velvet or the softest earth. It presses gently against your skin, cool and soothing, a balm for every sense. You can feel how it fills the spaces between the furniture, how it pools in the corners, how it rises to the high ceiling and gathers there, protective and nurturing. This darkness does not hide or obscure. Instead, it reveals. It shows you that rest is not the absence of something, but a presence all its own, something that can be felt, embraced, trusted. The shadows become companions, gentle and undemanding, sharing this space with you, breathing when you breathe, still when you are still, perfect partners in this dance of deepening quiet. Time has lost all meaning here. Minutes and hours, they no longer march in ordered rows. Instead, they pool and eddy, swirl and settle. You might have been in this chair for moments or for lifetimes, and it makes no difference. The rain continues its soft whisper, unchanging, eternal, a clock that measures nothing, that simply exists in continuous now. You feel how liberating this is. Why? To be released from the tyranny of ticking seconds, to rest in a space where there is no late or early, no before or after, only this perfect present moment, stretching in all directions. Your breathing slows further, each inhalation taking its own time, each exhalation releasing you more completely into the still. There is nowhere to go, nothing to do, no future rushing to meet you, no past pulling at your attention, only the infinite gentleness of right now. The study breathes with you now, or perhaps you breathe with it. The distinction no longer matters. You have become so attuned to this space, so woven into its essence, that you and the room exist as one. When you inhale, you draw in the scent of old leather and aged paper, the coolness of rain-washed air, the subtle warmth of brass and mahogany. When you exhale, you release yourself into the waiting darkness, becoming part of its texture, its depth. The boundaries of your body grow soft, permeable. You are the chair, the books, the rain, the shadows, all of it and none of it. You are simply awareness, floating in this sea of calm, no longer separate from your surroundings, but intimately, completely connected. This is not dissolution, but expansion, a gentle growing into wholeness, into peace that has no edges or limits. Even thought has quieted now. The mind that earlier traced the spines of books, that wandered through memories and ideas, has settled into a different mode of being. Impressions drift through like clouds across a moonless sky, soft, undefined, requiring nothing. You might notice the faint gleam of brass, or the whisper of rain, or the weight of darkness, but these observations do not crystallize into thoughts. They remain as fleeting sensations, textures of consciousness that come and go like breath, leaving no trace, demanding no attention. This is the gift of deep stillness, the space where the constant chatter finally ceases, where you can rest not just your body, but your very mind. Let it be quiet now. Let the thoughts that rise simply drift away, unexamined, unopened, like letters you need not read. The silence beneath thought, that is where true rest lives. And that is where you are now. Everything has become suggestion. The outline of shelves exists more as memory than sight. The curve of the chair arm beneath your hand feels distant, as though your awareness must travel a great, gentle distance to reach it. The rain outside has merged completely with the silence inside, no longer separate elements, but one continuous field of peace. You float in the space between waking and dreaming, neither fully in one realm nor the other. This is the threshold, the sacred in-between, where the day releases its hold and sleep reaches out its welcoming hand. You feel no urgency to cross, no need to choose one side or the other. Here, suspended, weightless, held by darkness and rain and ancient books and time that has forgotten how to pass, here is where you belong, for this moment, for this breath, for however long the stillness wishes to cradle you. Let yourself sink deeper now, deeper into the velvet embrace of the chair, deeper into the quiet that surrounds you, deeper into the peace that has no bottom, no end. The study holds you. The rain sings you toward sleep. The darkness wraps around you like the softest blanket, warm without weight, present without pressure. You are safe here, in this sanctuary of mahogany and brass and ancient wisdom. You are held here by forces older than worry, stronger than restlessness. Nothing can disturb you now. Nothing requires your attention. The stillness has deepened beyond measure. And you, precious soul, you have deepened with it. Rest now, truly rest. Let the study keep watch. Let the rain stand guard. Let the darkness carry you gently, so gently, into the peace of deep, dreamless, perfect sleep. Chapter 9. The Edge of Sleep. There is almost no light now. Only the faintest impression of the window remains. A dark, gray rectangle against pure black. The rain has become distant, muffled, like a memory from another lifetime. You no longer feel the chair beneath you. That sturdy frame that held you for so long has dissolved into nothing. You are floating now, suspended in the void of the study, cradled by darkness and silence. The mahogany shelves have faded into shadow. The books have become part of the night, and you drift among them like a thought that has lost its words. There is no weight here, no resistance, only the gentle surrender to this weightless dark. Thought dissolves, like ink in water, spreading and thinning until there is nothing left but a faint trace of color in the void. You try to remember what you were thinking moments ago, but the thought slips away before you can grasp it, leaving only a whisper of sensation, a ghost of meaning. The boundaries of your body have blurred. You cannot say where your fingers end and the darkness begins. Perhaps you are becoming part of the study itself, woven into the fabric of shadow and silence, absorbed into the ancient wood and the quiet rain. There is no fear in this dissolution, only a profound peace, a homecoming to a place you have always known. The window is barely visible now, that dark gray rectangle that marks the threshold between inside and outside, between dream and waking. But even that distinction has lost its meaning. The rain beyond the glass is no longer separate from you. It flows through your consciousness like a river through mist, and you cannot say whether you are listening to it or becoming it. Each distant drop is a note in an endless lullaby. Each whisper of water against stone is a word in a language you once knew, but have now forgotten. The study breathes around you, slow and steady, and your breath matches its rhythm without effort or intention. Time has ceased to move in any recognizable way. You cannot say how long you have been here, in this chair that you no longer feel, in this study that has become infinite and intimate all at once. Hours may have passed, or only moments, or perhaps time itself has folded inward, and you exist now in all moments simultaneously. The brass lamps have dimmed to nothing, or perhaps your eyes have simply closed. You cannot tell the difference anymore. There is only the darkness, soft and complete, wrapping around you like velvet, like the deepest waters of an underground lake where no light has ever reached. And you sink deeper, gratefully, without resistance. The mahogany bookshelves hold their vigil in the darkness, guardians of forgotten knowledge and unread pages. But you are no longer curious about their contents. The stories they contain have merged with your own. The words have lifted from the pages and dissolved into the air, becoming part of the silence that enfolds everything. You sense them around you, those countless volumes, but they are no longer separate objects. They are threads in the tapestry of shadow, patterns in the darkness, and you are woven among them. Your thoughts have become their pages. Your breath has become their binding, and together you rest in this perfect stillness. There is a quality to this darkness that feels ancient, as though the study has existed in this state for centuries, waiting for you to arrive and surrender to its depths. The oak desk is somewhere nearby, solid and eternal, but you perceive it now only as a presence, a density in the void, an anchor point in the formless dark. The scattered notes upon its surface have ceased their whispering. The ink has faded into shadow. The words they carried have been released, returning to the silence from which all words come. And you are grateful for this, grateful to be freed from language, from meaning, from the burden of understanding. Here, there is only being, only presence, only the slow drift into nothing. The rain continues somewhere beyond, a soft percussion at the edges of awareness, but it no longer matters whether it is real or remembered or imagined. It has become the heartbeat of the night, the pulse of the darkness itself, and your own heartbeat has slowed to match it. Each breath you take is longer than the last, deeper, more effortless. Your chest rises and falls like tides in an ancient sea, and with each exhale you release more of yourself into the surrounding dark. There is less of you now, less that is separate, less that is defined. You are becoming transparent, becoming permeable, becoming one with the study and the night and the endless gentle rain. The edge of sleep is no longer an edge at all. It has widened into a vast plateau where waking and dreaming occupy the same space. You stand upon this threshold without standing, You rest upon it without resting, existing in both states and neither. This study holds you. Or perhaps you hold the study. The distinction has vanished. The velvet chairs, the potted plants with their dark leaves, the vintage paintings on unseen walls. All of these have become feelings rather than things, impressions rather than objects. They press gently against your awareness like memories from a life you might have lived, or might yet live, or are living now in some parallel moment. You could let go now, completely, and fall into the infinite depth that waits beneath this moment. It would be so easy, so natural, to simply release the last thread of consciousness and drift down into perfect oblivion. But something keeps you here, just barely, hovering at this exquisite edge. Perhaps it is the study itself, this sanctuary of mahogany and shadow, this refuge of silence and rain. Perhaps it wishes to hold you a moment longer, to keep you suspended in this liminal space where nothing is demanded and everything is allowed. And so you linger, floating in the void, cradled by darkness, wrapped in the embrace of the night, neither awake nor asleep, but perfectly poised between. Let yourself rest here, in this place beyond places, in this moment beyond moments. The study will keep watch while you surrender to the depths. The mahogany shelves will stand their silent vigil. The rain will continue its ancient song. And you can finally let go, releasing the last fragments of thought, the last whispers of awareness, allowing yourself to dissolve completely into the soft and endless dark. There is nothing more to do, nothing more to understand, nothing more to hold. Only this, the edge of sleep, and the gentle fall beyond it, into peace, into silence, into the deep and dreamless rest that waits at the heart of night. Sleep now, sleep. Chapter 10. The Void of Sleep. You have traveled so far tonight, through rain-soaked windows and candlelit pages, through the weight of leather and the whisper of turning leaves. And now, you arrive at the final threshold, the place beyond all places. Here, in this 10th and deepest chapter, the mahogany walls dissolve like watercolor in rain. The bookshelves fade into shadow, into nothingness. The storm outside has grown so distant, it no longer exists, even as memory, even as dream. This is the void of sleep, pure and complete and infinite. A darkness so gentle, it feels like coming home after a lifetime of wandering. There are no more words to read here, no more knowledge to pursue. The academic world you inhabited has transformed into something else entirely. A dreamscape where understanding itself becomes unnecessary, where all questions dissolve before they can be asked. You are crossing over now, into the deep, into the vast and tender nothing. The transition is seamless, so smooth you cannot tell when the study ended and the void began. Perhaps they were always the same place. Perhaps every book you touched tonight was teaching you this lesson: how to let go, how to surrender into the dark. The mahogany that surrounded you, those rich brown tones, they were always the color of earth, of return, of rest. And the rain, that constant companion through all these hours, it has finally ceased. Not stopped, but transcended. You have moved beyond the place where rain can fall, beyond weather, beyond the physical world entirely. Here there is only the echo of comfort, the memory of safety, and then even those fade, leaving you suspended in perfect, complete darkness. This void asks nothing of you. It does not require your attention or your consciousness. It simply holds you, the way the universe holds stars, with infinite gentleness and no effort at all. In this place, knowledge becomes myth. All those facts you studied, all those theories and philosophies, they transform into something ancient and dreamlike. They lose their sharp edges, their insistence on being understood. They become soft stories told in a language you once knew, but have now forgotten. And this forgetting is not loss. It is release. In the void of sleep, you do not need to know anything. You do not need to remember your name, or your worries, or tomorrow's obligations. The academic pursuit dissolves. The storm dissolves. Even the beautiful study, with its velvet chairs and brass lamps, all of it dissolves like sugar in warm tea. And what remains is rest. Pure rest. The kind that exists before learning, before language, before thought itself. This is the rest that children know, that ancient trees know, that the earth knows in winter. Complete, undisturbed, and infinitely deep. And myth becomes rest. The old stories you carried, the narratives of who you are and what you must do, they too surrender to the void. Every myth you ever believed about yourself, every role you ever played, they are stories told by a voice that has now grown quiet. In this darkness, there is no hero, no scholar, no seeker. There is only breath, slow and steady. And even that begins to feel distant, as if someone else is breathing for you, as if the void itself is breathing. A vast cosmic respiration that has been happening since before time began. You are held in this breath. You are part of this breath, and the darkness around you is not empty. It is full of possibility and peace, full of the deepest rest imaginable. It presses against you gently from all sides, not confining but cradling, the way water holds a swimmer, the way night holds the sleeping world. There is no study here, no room with walls and windows, no architecture of any kind. You have moved beyond structure, beyond the need for boundaries or definition. The mahogany study was a gateway, a beautiful threshold you had to pass through to reach this place. But now it is gone, dissolved, completely. And you do not miss it because you have found something better. You have found the infinite. The void stretches in all directions, or perhaps there are no directions here. Perhaps there is no here at all. Only a profound sense of being held, of being safe, of being exactly where you need to be. Your body has become impossibly heavy, or impossibly light. You cannot tell which. Perhaps both at once. Perhaps neither. The normal rules, the laws of physics and sensation, they do not apply in the void of sleep. There is only drift, only descent, only the gentle downward spiral into deeper and deeper rest. There is no storm. The rain that accompanied you for so long has vanished utterly. You have traveled beyond its reach, beyond the atmospheric conditions that create weather, beyond clouds and sky, and the turning of the world. In the void, there is no outside and no inside, no wet and no dry, no sound and no silence. Or rather, there is a silence so complete it becomes its own kind of sound, a deep hum at the foundation of everything. The sound the universe makes when no one is listening. It is soothing beyond measure. This tone, this frequency, it matches your heartbeat, or perhaps your heartbeat has slowed to match it. The synchronization is perfect, effortless. You are aligning with something vast and ancient, something that knows how to rest better than you ever could. And so you let it guide you deeper, always deeper, into layers of sleep you did not know existed, into dreams that are not dreams, but pure potential, pure peace. There is only the infinite, and it spreads before you, within you, around you, without end or beginning. Infinity is not a concept here. It is a felt experience. You can sense it, the way it opens in all directions, the way it holds endless depths. You could fall forever in this void and never reach a bottom, because there is no bottom. There is only falling, only floating, only the perpetual drift through soft, dark, welcoming nothingness. And this should be frightening, but it is not. It is the opposite of fear. It is the most comforting thing you have ever known, because the infinite void asks nothing and gives everything. It gives space. It gives permission to simply be, to exist without purpose or plan. And you discover that this is what you have always needed. This freedom from meaning. This release from significance. In the void, you do not matter. And that is the greatest gift, because it means you can finally let go. There is only the gentle, the endlessly gentle. Everything here is soft. Every surface, every thought, every sensation, all of it filtered through layers of kindness and care. The void does not judge, it does not measure or compare. It simply welcomes. It has been waiting for you all along, through every chapter of tonight, through every hour of your life. This darkness has always been here, patient and constant, ready to receive you when you were finally ready to arrive. And now you have arrived. Now you are here, suspended in the gentlest dark. You can release your grip on waking life completely now. You do not need to hold on to anything, not your thoughts, not your identity, not even your awareness of being aware. All of it can go. All of it can dissolve into this beautiful, bottomless void. And you will not be lost. You will be found in the deepest sense, returned to the source, returned to rest. You are home. These words echo in the void, or perhaps they create the void. You are home. Home is not a place with mahogany walls or rain-streaked windows. Home is this darkness, this peace, this complete and perfect absence of everything except rest. You have been searching for this your entire life. Every time you closed your eyes, every time you sought comfort or safety, you were searching for this void. And now you have found it. or it has found you. The distinction no longer matters. What matters is that you are here, held, safe, home. The void wraps around you like the softest blanket, like arms that will never let you fall. And you can sleep now, truly sleep, not the shallow sleep of exhaustion, but the deep sleep of surrender, the sleep that heals and restores, the sleep that exists beyond time. You are home in the void, and the void's home in you, and there is nothing left to do, nowhere left to go. You have arrived, and so you rest in the infinite dark, in the gentle void, where knowledge became myth, and myth became this pure, complete, beautiful nothing. The academic dreamscape has fulfilled its purpose. The storm has sung its final song. The study has offered its last comfort. And now there is only sleep. Deep, unbroken, eternal sleep. You drift in the void, weightless, thoughtless, peaceful beyond measure. And if somewhere in the distance there are still mahogany bookshelves standing, still rain falling against ancient windows, still candles burning in the dark, you do not know it. You are too far gone, too deep in the void, too surrendered to the infinite. And this is perfect. This is exactly as it should be. Sleep now. Sleep in the void. Sleep in the gentle dark. Sleep and let all the world, every world, fade away. There is nothing left but rest. Nothing left but peace. Nothing left but this, the void of sleep, where you are home, finally, eternally home.